Hello, my dudes. Alright, let's get this thing up and running. $761 on the nav. That should be it, I think. Somewhere around there. Yep, we'll start out with the MiG-19. So this is one of the early Cold War sort of missions that Alpin runs. So there are MiG-21s, but they only get the R-55 against F-5s with the AIM-9B. So this is kind of ideal stomping ground for the MiG-19, although it's over the mountains, which is slightly less ideal. So we'll see how we go with it. I'm hoping to get some World War II DCS in later, because I haven't done that for a while. In fact, I barely ever do that. But I still don't have Normandy. I haven't picked it up yet, and other than Storm of War, all the World War II servers are empty at the moment, so they might fill up later in the day. Probably also get some Gunner Heat PC in at some point today, because the BMP is out, and the BMP is a lot of fun. Not sure if I got my radio compass set to the right frequency. I thought I did, but I might have missed it. Dialed in the wrong thing. Yeah, it is. I think I've got it tuned just slightly wrong and it's barely picking up the signal. I'll just fucking turn the thing off for now. It's not like I can't find my way home to Sochi. I was just setting it up for completeness sake. Man, it sure would be nice if I could just, like, sit still for once and not have to constantly recenter my track IR as my chair moves around. Sochi's easy to find. Just fly until you hit the mountains and fly until you hit the water and then go slightly south. I was thinking of hopping on Blue Flag today, but Red is really stacked on Blue Flag at the moment, so I figured it would not be a very target-rich environment for me, especially if I fly to 21. And as well as that, here on Cold War, Red was like 2 against fucking 6 when I joined, so I figured I'm more needed here. Not entirely sure why this other 19 is insisting on hugging the valleys. This is one mission where the 19 really has the opportunity to just fly high and not give a fuck. Make sure I don't overspeed my tanks as well. Which I'm getting very close to doing. Trying to keep up with this guy. I hope this guy knows where he's going. Assuming I'm still with him, I can't even see him anymore. Smoke trails, hello? There he is. Just down in front of me. Making it very difficult for me to keep up with him because I don't think he's got tanks on. So he can go a little faster than I can. I mean, I can keep up, it's just that if I do so, I'll rip my tanks off. So I don't want to. Fuck it. Wasting time at this point. It's calling the wrong channel again. Hey Nico, cheers for the resub, man. Appreciate it. 13 months. Damn, dude. Alright, let's get rid of our tanks. 287 for 30. He's probably going for our ground targets. little further south. If he is heading for our stuff, we'll try and get him on an intercept course. Otherwise, we can kick back into him. I've never played Stormworks. It's one of those things that I've heard a fair bit about, but I've never played it myself. For 19. At 4,500. So he's slightly above me. Where I just saw a spot over there. It could be dust. It is dust on my screen. Oh, damn. $190 for 17 at 2,000, so he's diving. He's going for Sochi, I think. Hello. What is that? Is that a F5 or an F86? It's kind of like an 86. Although Proof's in at 15, and he's somewhere nearby as well, I think, so it could be him. Aha! It's an F5. And the other thing is either Proof or an 86. If it's an 86, I want to avoid it. I think it's Proof. This guy's going for our radio tower. Oh, well then. Yeah, that looks like a 15. I'm pretty sure it's a 15. Hey, hey. 039 for 5. There's another one here? Question mark? Oh yes, there is another one here. There's two here. Holy shit. Be careful with the other guy behind me. See, even with the AIM-9Bs, which you really have to have space for the missile to turn, because it won't begin to turn until after the motor burns out, they still fire at point-blank range. Let's see where the other F5 went. So we'll just assume he's no factor. And we'll stick with this guy. Help Proof bully him. He's probably behind me, to be honest. don't want to outrun him too much. Ooh. Okay, no, we're not playing that game. I don't know if he saw me because I went under him. I don't see the other guy yet. Which is actually kind of bad news because I don't know where exactly he is. I'm super slow after pulling the nose like that. I was actually stalled as I did that, so I need to take it easy here with the pulling. He's dead. What the fuck? That's the second one that I've seen fly themselves into the ground. What the fuck are they doing? I know the average F5 pilot's not the brightest spark on Earth, but Jesus. His engines were still running, so it's not like he was out of fuel. 5.8 for 12. Six, 4, 18. Over there somewhere. I see him just faintly passing over that ridge. I'm probably going to lose him though. Dropped out of our EWR coverage. Concerning. Be nice to actually get a kill on somebody without them just flying themselves into the ground. That'd be cool. Fuel state, plenty. Sochi's just over there, so I don't really care about fuel at this point, but I've got heaps. I haven't even gone down to the last 1400 yet. Oh, actually, I think I just did. So I got loads. If I were him, I would have doubled back, but I don't know if they're that cluey. What I might do is climb and begin a gentle turn, which should be enough to trash a close range GAR rate, but should also let me visually pick them up. Hello. Oh, it's another 19. Never mind. Don't mind me, I'm just doing test pilot stuff. 319 to 35. Get out of the comms tower. Nah, fly-by-wire's gross. The less bullshit between me and the plane, the happier I am. The only exception is a Mirage's fly-by-wire. I actually like that one. 276 for 12, huh? I see the bitch, I think. It's one of those two, but I can't tell which. Sure, my own tail's still clear. Okay, this is an F5 on my nose here. Fuel is still okay, but we don't want to drag this fight out if we can avoid it. 2 F5s by our destroyed comms tower. Possibly 3. Okay, there's me and a MiG-15 on 2 F5s, and I think there may have been a third. Correction, me and a MiG-19.
Right, MiG-19 is probably me.
Okay. When they got mountains like this to play with, the F5s actually have a bit more of a chance, because they can work the hills into their defense. Over flat ground, the 19s just eat them alive. Shit, I lost him. He jinked left again. That's alright, we'll just drag up. I'll sight on the guy who's chasing. I'm gonna climb up and see if he'll follow me. I'm northwest of the smoke. Most 90s plane? F-16. I know it wasn't built in the 90s or anything, but the F-16 was really heavily used through the 90s. I mean, most of my childhood I remember watching F-16s bomb shit on the news, so I would say the 16. Missile trail down here, which means it was probably an enemy that shot it. Our 19s don't carry missiles in this mission. Nice. I just saw a missile shot down low. Okay, I see the wreckage. I'm coming in from the north.
Copy.
Call out right behind me, pretty high up. 5,000. Friendly up there. past my left. It's the other 19. 110 for 3. At 4,000. I think this other guy's running away. I'm gonna go back for fuel. Hey Marduk. I think this guy's just circling around over me, so I've got to keep checking my tail. But at this point I don't really have the fuel to hang around and fight. I mean, I could if I made it quick, but even this close to Sochi, it's not a great idea to get into a punch-up. Kind of tea, same as always, just normal black tea. I'm not fancy. Hey Tempest. Where airfield? Should be a little bit further down. No, it should be right there actually. I thought I was further up the coast. Well, that's a convenient little slight nav error. I know roughly where I am. Go set it down and fuel her up again. I didn't even get to fucking fire my guns at anything, man. Why do the Blues insist on committing Sudoku today? Yeah, it's on one of the early Cold War missions, so I figured I'd take the 19 out for a spin. I haven't been having that much success lately, so we'll see if we can change that up today. Although at this point it looks like that's a no. I got behind two F5s and both of them flew themselves into mountains, so it's shaping up to be one of those days again. Down, to be honest. I don't think it actually makes much difference in DCS, but just as an added safety thing, you'd probably want to leave it down in the real plane. Landing with my speed brake out, so I can just pull it in and go full throttle if I need to go around. The MiG-19's throttle response, like the MiG-15's, is pretty miserable, so speed brake out and power on for landing is usually the go. When people pull onto the runway without checking. And then takes up the middle of it. My guy. Fuck it. No. They keep killing themselves. Why did it not destroy out my gear handle? Right. Yeah. Good. Finally. Fucking finally, there's consequences for it. The number of times I would go into TACU before and see F5s pulling like 13 or 14 G multiple times a flight, I'm glad there's finally some sort of consequence for it. Since we have to put up with it, then arguably we rip our wings too easily, at least in the 21. The other toy, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Terrible approach, but we'll make it work. Oh, don't you fucking do it. Jesus Christ. You guys want to maybe look before you pull onto the runway? Just because there's no explicit ATC doesn't mean you just pull onto the fucking runway without a care in the world. Won't bother using the chute, I don't need it here. Got plenty of runway to roll out. Canberk Eris, thanks for the follow as well. Right. Yeah, I think there was a change made. I don't know when though. But I think there was one made to it. But these two didn't even rip their wings. One of them just speared into the ground, like he I don't know, he just stopped putting in control inputs during an attack run on a tower. Went straight into a hill. And the second one, I mean, he was slow. Maybe he thought he was stalled? I don't know. He was fine though. He had both engines. He could have kept flying, but he just punched out. Pull over just up here and start refueling. No need to rearm because I didn't fire my guns. Oh no, picture. Probably get rid of the wing tanks, to be honest. I don't think I'm going to be flying that far from the airbase. Well, I'm on the ground, actually. Still don't think that's quite right. It might be, I don't know. Hey Legolas. Yeah, I'll see you in the air. What's going on with your teammates, man? They keep killing themselves. Alright, I think I need to go. Go ahead and arm my guns down here on the ground, which I don't usually do, but just in case I get in a fight right off the runway, which does happen on this mission. Yeah, so the first guy was doing an attack run on one of our comms towers. He got it, but then he just smacked into the ground like he didn't even try and pull up to avoid the hill. And then the second one I was in a fight with, and he just ejected. Like, his engines were running, so he wasn't out of fuel, he just ejected. Yeah, I'm on Cold War. Two versus 6, that's why you fight. I wouldn't punch out in a 2 versus 6, you just keep them busy as long as you can and wait for your teammates to turn up. I think... Well, actually, we might be talking about two different fights, because that one, it was me and Proof in his MiG-15, and then 2 or 3 F5s, I think. So it might not have been the same fight. If that was you that shot a missile at me, that was way too close, dude. You wouldn't even shoot an AIM-9P that close, let alone a 9B. Remember, you gotta wait for these things to burn their rocket motors out before they can turn. Oh, okay. Might have been why I was target fixated on someone else then. Me? Target fixated? Surely not. Slow down a little so anyone taking off can catch up with me. Oh, that's dirty. That is really dirty. At 8 for 50. There were a few times back when the Gazelle Mistral was in most missions, there were a few times when Mistrals would sneak next to an airbase and just wait at the end of the runway, but that was generally frowned upon for reasons that you might imagine. Yeah, it was not pleasant to be on the receiving end of, put it that way. Why would you ask for picture? Do we even have a 101 on our team? I don't think we do. That's probably one of the guys in MiG-21s. Oh, no, we do. It's this guy. He was doing it before as well. For fuck's sake. All the comms towers, I think, A-Pop.
Okay.
Fuck, I sure love not being able to hear the pop-up right next to me because somebody called picture. And one to my south as well. Shit, I merged with two up in the hills. Flew right into it because somebody called picture.
They fly formation.
Yeah, I figured. Well, I don't actually see them. Four, 6 for 2. Oh, my radio compass is freaking out again. Oh, hello. Oh, now I see them. Or one of them. Second one's still tunnel visioned on me. It's something else joining the fight from the north. Good kill. Another F5 on you, watch out. That might be proof. It looks like a MiG-15. Shit, I lost sight on the F5. Oh, disregard, I see him. And I lost sight again. MiG-19 problems. I'll just keep turning. This fucking armored glass windscreen, the frame for it, is really bad in a turn fight like this because it blocks your vision forwards and upwards, which is where you need to see. Yeah, I still don't see him. He disappeared behind my canopy frame. Yeah, exactly, wireless, and you can really see it, like, I don't have VR, but if you watch people who have their VR set up in a particular way, like Tempest used to, for instance, have it set so that part of one lens was on one half of the screen and the other lens was on the other half of the screen, and you could actually see from that just how binocular vision affects your ability to see past those canopy frames, whereas on a 2D screen, they're a nightmare. So that's a huge advantage that VR has, you know, for all its issues with target distinction and stuff. That's a huge advantage in close combat. Fucking radio compass, shut the fuck up. Hello. I don't think he saw me. I'm glad he didn't. Or maybe he did. Yeah, he saw me. Oh, please, please get into a vertical scissors with me. Please. Make my day. How's that thrust to weight ratio working out for you down there, my dude? Oh, I love the MiG-19. Okay, I don't want to get too fast. I want to hold about 800-ish. Actually, we can afford to burn some speed here. He's probably going to scissor into me. Yep. We've got proof here as well, so I have some ability to throw away energy a little. Where the fuck did he go? I love the way F5s just disappear as soon as you stop looking at them. There he is. I hate having to stay zoomed in like this while I'm dogfighting. Like, I prefer to fight at this level of zoom, which is, you know, not zoomed. But sometimes if you don't zoom in, you just won't see where they go.
Watch out, Saber.
There's a 15 here. He just hit the F5. I'm gonna see if I can finish him. Be careful here, I don't want to spear into the ground trying to chase him. Which is a genuine risk. Working on it, he's damaged, the 15 hit him, but he's still flying. What? Oh shit, did I not arm my guns? No, they are armed. The fuck? My guns aren't firing. The gun should be good, but yeah, I'll do that. Fuck. Pushki, pushki, pushki.
Are the red indicators lit up?
Yeah, they are, and the trigger's pulling. I just don't know why it's not firing. And it's showing that I have ammo too.
Weapon selector. Right position.
Good call, I bumped the weapon selector into the missile position somehow. It's the disadvantage of having it on a thumb hat. Sometimes if I, like, white knuckle my stick, I bump it into the wrong position.
Direct north 32 miles, Saber.
I'm gonna head back for fuel, I think. No.
I'm new to the aircraft and it always shows maximum.
That's because it only reads the last 1400 liters in the first tank. Same as the MiG-15. I'll just loud and clear. Turn my heater off before I start sweating bullets.
The weapons fall off from MiG-19 when you're supersonic.
Weapons don't, tanks do. Oh, air-to-ground weapons probably do.
I heard somebody complain about that, so I was wondering.
Wow. It does the thing it does in real life? How dare they? Imagine reading the fucking manual, right guys? See, this is why I long for the day when DCS models separation issues. So all the people trying to yeet their tanks at Mach 1.5 while inverted get what's coming. Just make sure no one's following me home.
Well, you can hit your own home when you are coming in.
Yeah, but you should be able to, like, even if you jettison stores or if you jettison tanks or whatever, if you do it in the wrong parameters, it should fuck you up.
Someone, Saber, 320, 10 miles.
That's the city, so the airfield's further south. I'll just go out and hit the coast and follow that.
6,000, which is on the back. Just above you, 11 o'clock. Up same target, 323, 12. I have bombs, and I have somebody flying gas. Yep. Laser BT on bombs. Mixed 32 on bombs.
Oh, by the way, it seems that Alpin's either reverted the SRS changes or they've just broken, so you'll need to set the second frequency to talk to the MiG-15s.
Awesome. I've got Saber on your left and hot on you.
And I think the reason he did it is because some of the blues were complaining they could hear different, like they could hear radios they didn't want to hear. So rather than open the SRS overlay and just tune it to a different frequency, which is what I was doing when I was playing on blue. I hope he hasn't removed it, but maybe he has. I would not be surprised.
He may be crashed. No, it's a Nemo, no? Always 5 hours left.
This fucking guy, always asking fucking picture, and never on actual comms. Just to reiterate something, guys, if you want to play on the server, you don't have to speak on SRS, but it helps to listen, and don't ask for picture from the AI. Like, calling for picture from the AI in multiplayer is just one of those things that will piss everybody off, because none of them can talk to the AWACS, or EWR in this case, while it's talking to you. So these people that get on a busy server and call for picture are just the fucking bane of multiplayer. Because they treat it like it's a single player mission or like they're the only person playing.
Update 176.
Yeah, there is, but the guy calling for picture probably isn't on SRS because I've never heard him on it. And I've never been able to get his attention trying to talk to him, so... Oh, she's floating. The 19 likes to float.
Adjust 213. Apok S5, 30 miles. Are you still at the ground? I have 2 missiles. I dropped the bombs off. Okay, you can intercept 300-20. Contact on my 6, correct?
Still haven't got to find my guns, but at least I haven't been shot down either. Or even worse, crashed. Although I was worried I was going to do it chasing that smoky F5.
He's on the back.
I play with a actual throttle and stick. I would not inflict DCS with a keyboard upon myself. I know some people do it, but it sounds like a thoroughly miserable experience, and the game wasn't designed for it. So I have a stick, I have a throttle, and I've got a little control panel now as well.
Box somewhere on your nose, 10 miles on the deck. How fast is he? The Saber, now he's currently over the airfield.
Hey Brent.
He's fast.
Oh, AAA's firing at something at Sochi. Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't know shit.
Yeah, it's an F-86. Oh god. Please don't strike me on the ground. Please. After all this. Right.
Can you assist? 333.
Don't care. I'm refueled. We're just gonna send it from the taxiway, fuck it.
600 knots.
It's a 21. It's a 19, Brent. That's a 15. That'll be proof. That's the 21. I think. Maybe? Or is that a 19? It's smoky. Yeah, it's a 21. Where'd the Saber go from Sochi?
5 miles.
No joy yet.
Rosman 052. 20 miles. They're going north. Up 10 o'clock, climbing up to left wing now, 9 o'clock. Edge of before us. On your nose. You are very sharp. Rosman, update 011 for intercept.
011.
Someone's catching up to him. Behind you, like 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. There's another F5 incoming, not block, should disengage from south. Yeah, doing that. Rosman, can you assist? 336, 16.
336, 16.
Hawk, you're clear. At 141, good with Rosman.
Tally Sable, 1 o'clock, close.
Yeah, someone is behind me, I guess. Hawk, you can re-engage. There's direct north now, 8 miles.
It's going to be a hard target to hit.
RTV. Roger.
Yeah, someone's with him. I was hoping he hadn't noticed me. Just keep him occupied, see if someone can get a hit in.
Out of guns.
Shit.
Someone has a lot. Rosman target on your right.
Yeah, I see him. I can't get a good shot at him. Ooh, that's a mistake from me. I'm lucky I got away with it. Simon, it looks like he's tunnel visioned on you at the moment. Maybe, maybe not. Not much I can do to him in this kind of terrain. because he just dives down into a valley, and I don't have the turning room because this thing takes a bit of space to turn at this kind of speed. It turns fast, but it turns over quite a large distance. So you kind of got a smaller problem, like a smaller version of the F104 problem, where you have a really decent turn rate, but you can't actually turn in a small radius. Yeah, this F86 is just going to hang around me. Where's the F5?
F5 is on your right. 05061.
Okay. If you could possibly get a MiG-15 out here, it would be very helpful.
Somewhere on your nose, 1 o'clock. Last one. Check 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
No joy yet.
Oh, behind you.
Tally. And then I lost him. I swear, spotting in this game gets better, and then it gets worse, then it gets better again. It just goes one way or the other every second patch.
Somehow I lost all the fuel, although fuel gauge says I have 800 meters left.
The fuel gauge isn't a fuel gauge, it's a fuel totalizer. It doesn't have a float, it just tells you how much it thinks it's still got in the tank. It's based on drain rate. So if you have a fuel leak, or if you didn't reset it when you punched off the tanks and they still had fuel in, it's not going to read correctly.
I didn't have the tank. Probably I got shot and fuel leak somewhere. And I can literally see the runway. So close.
It's going to reverse because he's realized he's losing the 2 circle. That's alright, we'll go vertical over the top of him and then drop back in. On the other hand, he's welcome to follow me up into the vertical. It's not going to work out very well for him. Unless I lose sight, of course. There he is. Starting to get a little low on fuel myself. So I need to kind of hurry this along a bit. Okay. This guy's totally focused on me at the moment.
I have to restart. We have F5 over our home. Someone on call? Someone called as well. No. Ah, okay. You're the closest to the F5. Rosman, 239 457, F5 over the water.
I'm very low on fuel at this point. I'm just going to try and finish the fight on me. Okay. What was it? 257?
239.
239. I just can't get my guns on anybody today. I mean, I can keep them busy, but I just can't get the shot. Kind of frustrating.
111 in Sturm Basel, you are merged with F5.
So make sure he doesn't try and get a parting shot at me. can see the strength of the MiG-19 though. It can just stay away from the F5. You can pretty much dictate the fight to them. It's not like the 21 where, especially at this low of an altitude, you're very much... whoever sees the other guy first generally wins. I have 400 liters.
You have 200 liters?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're going to the base. Base
Yep.
is 174.
174.
You have 44.
Yeah, with the MiG-21 and the F5, because their performance is so similar at low altitude, whoever sees the other guy first usually wins the fight. But with the MiG-19, it's actually sometimes an advantage to let them get behind you so you know where they are, and then just outrate them. Especially if they're not experienced fighting MiG-19s, they'll take the bait and they'll try and two-circle you, because they're used to two-circling MiG-21s, and for them that works. So then they come up against something that does that style of fighting better than they do, and it just kind of breaks their brain. It's nice, easy kills when they do that. Just takes a little patience is all. Two days of Stormworks weapon DLC to come out before I saw what looks like a user-made R27. Nice. I've been slowly trying to get back into Space Engineers. I just need to try and find survival settings that my PC will not choke on, because even my PC will choke on that game with the wrong settings, I've noticed. And then if I can get that going, I might stream that every now and then.
Magic, someone ready for task. Someone continue in your direction. There is a 60 kilometers in your direction. On the 1-1, your post.
опять как и вчера. С утра работа наша боевая.
192-й,
По команде мы идем, ведь нам
124-й.
пора.
Обнаружена новая
Идти
цель.
туда, где мы нужны,
002.
нет
Удаление
врага.
60 над
Благословит нас
1000.
все выйти
Дистанция не
удачи.
меняется.
Нам кровь из носа надо выполнить задачу. И мы взлетаем и уходим в тот район.
192-й,
Десантный батальон.
124-й. Обнаружена новая цель.
И уходим в тот
000.
район.
Удаление. Zona 360.
Are you fucking kidding me?
5 kilometers. At 5 cost.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Consider fuel is supersonic. Going 1200.
Fucking moron. I think that's the same guy that was fucking calling for picture as well. Fuck's sake. Oh, some absolute brains trust individual rammed me on the runway. Thankfully it didn't kill me. I'm pretty sure that's the same guy that calls picture. Fuck's sake. That should actually cut the engines when it fires, I think. I think. To check the manual. He already disconnected. He ejected and then disconnected, if that was him. Fuck me.
20 degrees. 10 kilometers. Okay. 10 o'clock.
I forgot to turn the gyros off first, whatever.
192-й. 124-й. I lost your radar.
Отказ систем. Смотри
You should be
экран.
somewhere over the edge of that mountain.
Yeah, tell me about it. Thanks for the resub, Mordant.
Okay, he popped up. Continue in your
No, what I need to do first is repair. Oh, that's right, the 19 doesn't repair, does it? It's bugged. And they haven't fixed it yet. Should hopefully be next patch, fingers crossed. Hopefully.
He's on your 11 o'clock.
So I just lost an aircraft because of that fucking monkey.
He sees you. About to merge.
Let's see what damage he did. I'm curious.
He must be on your left, Thomas.
Not that much, actually. And because I ejected just there, it lost us the airframe, but I don't care at this point. So he partially collapsed my left gear and burnt my left engine, I think. First manually cut the engines and then fire extinguisher? I gotcha. There you go, I learned something today. Oh, he took my wingtip, that's probably what it was. Probably fuel fire or something. Yeah, I could have switched out of the airframe, but I wanted to see what damage he actually did, so I just ejected. As soon as you eject, it counts as a lost airframe. And then that happens. I probably shouldn't have parked it on the taxiway. Whatever. Oh, no, I want high explosive incendiary. There we go.
Перезарядка по плану. Прием. Командир, оружие подвешено.
blame Pom for this being in the playlist. Pom insisted this be in the playlist, and so it is. Yeah, it counts as a loss as well. Scoreboard hasn't reset for a couple days, it looks like.
I don't see F5. Someone you know, we have another F5 approaching. 351 for 15. Salty, 4 degrees 25. 425.
I'm kinda not surprised, to be honest. Like, I figured anyone who has that many viewers concurrently, that many subs, whatever, they're gonna have a lot of actual Twitch payout. I'm not part of that club, of course. I make just about enough to cover my power bills and my internet. Just about.
Salty in front of you is a friendly and an F5 for...
How goes the flights? I haven't fired my guns yet and some moron just rammed me on the runway. How do you think they're going? I don't know how I feel about this mission. I never really seem to have any good fights on it. Well, actually, no, that's wrong. 1 or 2 times I've had really good ones, but generally it doesn't work out for me. Yes and no. So, you could kind of work out an approximation from how many subs they had, if you could figure out their sub count. So you could work out from that, take roughly half, and that's what they're getting from subs. But then you've also got advertising, you've got the tiers of subs. I don't know if that displays publicly, like in terms of public counts. I don't know how much data mining has actually like been going on before this. Loud and clear. I know a lot of stuff is public externally that isn't on Twitch.
I see that all the objectives are still active.
True. Yeah, it's kind of hard to clear a single objective. You need to destroy almost everything.
For a long time I haven't played this mission, to be honest.
Salty F5 on my side. Salty F5 is behind you, blind. No, blind, you know them, yeah? No, you're turning left, Salty. Oh, nice. Oh, that's... Oh, yeah. I just saw another F5 behind.
Something too late. I engage you.
Yeah, we have a radar on the highest mountain, but radar coverage is pathetic.
Yeah, mountain,
Yeah. Yeah, their gross income. And you get, depending on where you live, you get taxed twice. So say you live in the US, you usually only get taxed once, but if you live anywhere else, basically, unless you live in some kind of tax haven, you'll get taxed on the US side, like before Twitch even send the payout, and then you get taxed again as it comes in.
Norman F5 on your 8. Great.
But with that said, like, somebody the size of XQC or, you know, or, any of the big streamers like that, I'm not surprised they make a good amount of money. Like, I'm not surprised at all. You see how many people they have watching them at any given time, and you can kind of extrapolate from that roughly how many consistent viewers and subs they have. That's a decent chunk of money. But if you're someone who doesn't have that big of an audience, you're not going to be making anything close to that. I mean, technically you're not supposed to really give away too much about how Twitch pays, but given the recent events and also the fact that I'm intentionally vague about it anyway, I think I can get away with saying, like, for instance, me, I do not make enough off this to stop working. If I did, then you would fucking know about it, right? I make just about enough off Twitch to cover my internet and sometimes my power bill, and that's it. That's all it covers. So I was making more, like, at my job, which I no longer have, for those that aren't in the Discord and missed that little tidbit. The bakery is getting sold, and I was the last one to find out, so I no longer have a job. But yeah, like, even there, I was, say, doing 10 hours a week at about $27, $27.40 or something an hour. And that was already way more than I was getting off Twitch.
We just need to destroy a couple of buildings, so it shouldn't be much. But again, it's a long time, I don't remember.
Shit happens. It was a decent job, so it's going to be annoying finding a replacement, because it was, like, literally just down the road. But, whatever. I don't know, the way I am with technology, an IT job with me might be a fucking disaster waiting to happen. Oh, hello. Smoky boy. I'm fine, Quantum, I'm fine. Like, it's one of the nice things about living in Australia. As fucked up as it is, like, this country's in the worst state it's been in a great amount of time. But even then, I'm not really in any danger of, you know, not being able to make rent because of this. 345 for 33. I've got a smoky thing off my nose right now. Is that... what is it?
There is F5 on your vehicle.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see it, I see it.
Laser pick your course.
I mean, it wasn't really meant as a flex, but yeah. Chasing an F5 somewhere in a valley. There's a smoking 19 and a 15 with me.
There is another F5. Roadman 331 for 10.
331 for 10.
Okay, that's what you're going here, Jerry, that's good.
Okay, the 5 and 2.5 key.
I've just got the merge call, but I don't see him yet.
Yeah, party on your left. That's you. Turn left.
He's probably going for the smoker. Still no joy.
Смотри экран.
On your
Guess who's
11.
got DCS reinstalled?
Now on your 1. Special Roadman is on your left. Turn left.
What's his altitude? I can't see him at all.
1.5 key.
Oh, I see him now. Soman missile. Shit.
I was injured. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I see him. He's below the cloud.
Maybe.
Green flare out, he's in front of me. I just lost sight of him in the 1 second it took to press that flare.
He's pushing the personality. Sending turning west. Rosman, he's on your 9. He passed. Turn left.
I cannot see shit today. What the fuck?
Your direction for control. Rosman, your transformation with you is on your right.
There's a mountain there, I can't see him.
You're about to pass him on your 3 o'clock. Keep turning right. So we get cycle on my nose. Something constitution behind enemy.
What the fuck?
Yep. But also on your 11 o'clock
I can't see a thing. Oh, now I see him.
there is a fence also on your right.
Yeah, he just went up through the clouds. Fucking invisible.
Eyes on the comms tower. Going in.
Yeah, and I destroyed the fence that constant.
Copy, I'm seeing the high tower. I'll try and take it out with bombs.
There is a single F5 moon raider. He's going for the ship. He's been attacking them for last half an hour. If anyone is free, you can set up cap over the ship's off the way.
F5 hit, but he's still up.
Okay, the third comms is destroyed. I got it.
Finally got to fire my guns at least.
Station, please.
Alpha 266 for 20.
26620. If Rossman is nearby, just have him somewhere near me. I need to
Rosman,
Occupied at the
you
moment.
should get right.
Still working on that F5.
I should I would disengage from
Come
that
on.
target. You can do a 5 on your 2 o'clock, about 15 kilometers
There we
out.
go.
Roger, I'm flying high at 5,000.
F5
Please stop bouncing those.
Roger, I'm okay. We're gonna finish it.
Splash F5.
Nice.
Good job.
Good job. Okay, Rosman, we have 2 flights inbound. 350 for 44.
I need to head back for fuel and ammo. I'm just about empty.
Okay.
Hey, Dub.
I'm blind on the comm station.
19 behind.
1 o'clock open. 280.
Gally, thank you.
No, 19.
What's your skill say?
805 rounds per gun.
Going in.
Yeah, that's my first kill for the day. Unless you count me causing an F5 to eject over a hill. I don't know. It's been a weird day.
Bombs away.
It's been a while since I've flown the Harrier. And that's all I've done. I fly the Harrier, I don't know how to use it, I just fly it, because it's quite fun to fly around.
250 for 30, copy. What's wrong, bandit?
Able to understand complicated aircraft systems? Kind of. Also, notice the kind of aircraft systems I understand are electromechanical. I don't understand actual electronic shit, I understand electromechanical shit.
Salty F5 in front of you. Sorry? Where's the other one? Other one is going...
I wouldn't mind
on your right, but,
moving to Europe somewhere. Except, I don't want to leave all my family behind here. So my parents have decided they're not moving again, they're sick of moving, they're too old, so they're going to stay here. And my younger sister's too poor to move, so... I have this thing where I've spent so long not being able to do anything because of money that I'm worried if I move overseas, I'll end up in the same problem, and then I won't be able to see my family ever again. Which may not be entirely realistic, but it is kind of scary.
Salty first is on your right.
He's directly in front of me, so there's no problem.
Open F5, question is 25 kilometers in your direction.
The guns in this are amazingly satisfying. Yeah, they're beautiful. You don't get much ammo, but god, when they hit something, they absolutely wreck it.
He's doing 600.
Teach me Space Engineers sometime. I'm relearning the game myself. It's been so long since I played it, and they've added so many new features that I never got to play with. So I'm probably not the person to be teaching it.
Yeah, Soman is coming. Soman, 0 degrees for 18. 20 behind you.
Just make money. I know, right? Just don't be poor, forehead.
Tell the bandit I'm going to over.
He's doing 650.
Talking to me?
Yeah.
Copy.
At this point with the state of the world, I'm also like... I don't know where I would even move to, because everywhere has, like, problems multiplying by the second. There's nowhere good left anymore. I don't want to move to a different place, I want to move to a different point in time. Take me back to, like, the mid-2000s and just freeze time there, and I'm happy. Anything, like, 2007 or before, I'm happy. Zibel, thanks for the prime sub. Hope you're enjoying the show.
Trying to get on the 6. Still far away though.
I'm still at a loss as to why anyone does, but I do appreciate it, guys. Let's spin the Matrix, unironically, at this point, like, I'm just so over it. I wasn't there for City 8, Gilson. You forget that. I was not there. That was during the, 7 years, where I didn't even speak about the place. Except talk shit about it with Gurn and Anseth and Irby. Actually, no, 2007 was before City 8. 2007 was before I even started really playing on Team B. City 8 would have been 2009, late 2008, early 2009, I think. Tazweja. Ugh.
God, man, against the water is just impossible.
It's even worse against the trees in the mountains.
Hey. What's up, Amorphous? Pre-2001? Yeah, dude. Like, I know for anyone east of, like... Anyone east of the middle of Germany, the 90s are like a hellscape that they never want to even think of again, but for me, the 90s are pretty good.
Well, there this guy is just... Not sure if you noticed me, Lucy.
No, okay, he started to turn.
Yeah, he noticed me, yeah. I really had a hard time finding him against the waters. I'm going in for another bombing run, so...
Why are you like this, Gilson? Please don't spark a fucking ethnic war in my chat.
No, just bombs, they're all guns, so I'll go guns. Yeah, he's diving in for the bombs.
You could, but I don't think they were doing too well in the 90s, Gilson.
And one from your back.
Particularly not the ones in Iraq. Oh god. Now look what you've done. Look what you've done to my chat, Gilson.
There's a lot of that fight in the air now, with some coordination.
Vancouver or Montreal? That's an interesting choice. I mean, I know Alberta's fucked. It's Alberta, what else would it be? But Vancouver has issues of its own. In fact, Vancouver probably gets away with a lot of what goes on there because it has Alberta next door to take the heat off of it. To the mid-2000s and buy stock in MySpace. Yeah, like, Lockheed Martin's never gonna lose your money. You know, tech startups can be a gamble, but military-industrial companies, oh, you're safe as houses, man. Your money is safe as houses. Yeah, but it wasn't as obnoxious. Which one do you like more? So the MiG-21's my favorite of those, but I really like all of them. It really depends on what you enjoy the most. So the MiG-21 goes really fast. I like going really fast. But the MiG-19 turns better. Yeah, there was a lot of propaganda flying around in the 80s. My personal favorite was perception management, which is still a thing, by the way. In fact, perception management is basically how we ended up in the hellscape we have now. Well, one of many ways we ended up in the current hellscape. And that was the whole thing where Reagan unironically sold the narrative to Americans that Nicaragua was somehow a threat to the US. And people actually bought it. I mean, I get it. People are easy to scare and whip into a fucking frenzy. But yeah, that was it. That was how they got, basically, that was how they manufactured consent to go down and kick various Latin American countries' teeth in and get the Contras going, which, you know, they did through breaking international law as well as US law. That was all kinds of interesting. But that was how they did it, was Reagan put out this big TV address about how Nicaragua was a threat to American democracy and American safety because the Soviets were going to base a bomber regiment down there and the Nicaraguans were all communists. Like, they were mildly, well, okay, they were a bit socialist. You know, but they were democratically elected. They did have a coup, but then they got democratically elected after it. But of course, any democratic election that elects socialists is not democratic, apparently. Whereas the one that, you know, I wonder how Pinochet came to power. I'm sure that was very democratic. But yeah, Reagan basically made up a line of bullshit about how Nicaragua was this grand threat to US security, and people bought it, and then the rest is history. What does the scope on the right look like? It isn't working properly at the moment, so... Even if I turned it on, you wouldn't see what it's supposed to look like. Wait until next patch and you'll be able to see what it's supposed to look like. Do you need some Russian language skills to learn the planes or Hind? No. There's English cockpits, but also it's pretty simple to just learn the sort of workflow of the cockpit. Easy to memorize once you know what the different switches do. Oh yeah. No, this is a radar scope, yeah. That's what this is. To be fair, Raf, a lot of people who are used to shit like the F-18 or the F-16 will not interpret this as a radar. They might think it's like an RWR or something, because remember, this is an actual old-school oscilloscope-type radar, it's not an MFD. And a lot of people who are coming to DCS from stuff like Ace Combat or whatever, or who have been in DCS but only flying the modern stuff, are only going to interpret a square screen with buttons around it as radar. Gulf War 1 to happen with the US military still fucked on heroin? Oh god. Why? Why?
I don't think he's on comp. There is also Rosman approaching the takeoff zone in MiG-19.
Copy that, yeah, I can need some escort. Taking off now.
Something you're alone now with the 3F5.
It's open there, I think. We already had enough war crimes,
The one in front of you is level up. You have two F5s behind you now. That's not good. There is another one joining the fight. Okay, Alpemini, you have two MiG-21 behind you, taking off, and Rosman in the 19.
Roger, the only last one comes, right? The other two are not.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, at least they're flying that direction, we'll see.
Just go high.
Yeah, always cool. I'm just heavy, you know, climbing slowly.
What you picking?
4 bombs, 250 kilograms each.
See a missile trail north of Sochi.
There is a purple north of Sochi.
Oh, happy days.
So for 30 kilometers for F5.
Okay, I'll go keep them busy.
124-й, 104-й, дать обстановку.
Yeah, the US military after the Vietnam War had a lot of problems with drugs because the same reason the Soviets had problems with drugs after Afghanistan, like when they withdrew from Afghanistan. A lot of conscripts during the war had been using quite heavily. They had easy access to it. And so I think it was something like 30% of US troops in Vietnam by like about 1970 were fucked up on drugs at any given time. And again, the same thing with Afghanistan and the Soviets. Who knew miserable forever wars tend to breed, you know, drug addiction? Especially when it's easily accessible.
He just said he's not going for you. There is also another one at 2,000 meters on your 1 o'clock or 5 kilometers. You still have escort.
I think I'm safe at 5.5.
Yeah. So, outside flat. He's going for you.
Where is this guy?
He's behind you. He made a long range shot.
Oh my.
Didn't get you. Just continue in your direction. There are plenty. First one behind you, F5.
Yeah, I see it.
How far is he behind me?
This fucking
Outland 2 kilometers.
guy again.
Roger that. He's faster than me, probably.
Cool picture as I flew into this.
Yeah, he's still at 2 kilometers. And he's not engaging you.
Just as a heads up, by the way, the guy that's currently blotting out our comms by calling picture is the same guy that rammed me on the runway earlier, so, you know, take that for what you will.
Rosman, in your direction, F5.
I had one... I don't see him anymore, I had one right behind me.
Rosman, you have one on your 2 o'clock. He's blind. In front of you. Turn left.
I'm also blind.
Yeah, turn left, you'll be behind you. Keep turning, I'll place the stop. In front of you.
I don't see him.
Flanking. On your 3 o'clock. He saw you.
Yeah, well, that's good, because I can't see him.
He's behind you.
Yeah, I see him now, I see him now. Fuck's sake.
Open target is at your 11 o'clock. 3 more times.
Give it a blind.
That's the name of the map. 1 o'clock, open.
Fuck. Once you get an F5 that close behind you, there's not much you can do. I probably should have weaved to try and make him overshoot, but you just don't have the nose authority to pull.
Yeah, yes.
So thanks again to that guy calling picture, so I didn't know I was merged until it was already past me.
Перезарядка по плану. Командир, оружие подрезано.
I don't know why I'm even putting that on standby, I'm not using it today. I don't know why I'm switching that either, I don't have missiles. Fuck it. I'm so used to just switching all of that over when I start up that I do it without thinking. So yes, my defensive flying is absolute dog shit. It's probably the weakest area of my flying. It's something I really need to work on. Because as soon as somebody gets behind me, all I know is just try and outturn them, and it doesn't work in a MiG-19. You can outrate them, but outrating them is not going to help when they just pull their nose inside you and gun you like he did. So probably what I should have done was start weaving back and forth to try and force him past me. Going vertical won't help at that distance because it just cuts the distance for them. It makes it even easier to hit you. And I can't dive away because the F5 dives faster than the MiG-19. It's not quite as draggy. So, something to work on.
Yeah, I don't see more radar, but they are 25. Oh, he's on your 11 o'clock call.
Had a professor who was in Special Forces in Vietnam attached to AAAA Rangers. He said during that era, officers in the FRG wouldn't go into a barracks without a loaded sidearm. Yeah, it was pretty fucked up. I don't think the Australian Army had anywhere near the same level of problems. I don't know if they had problems with drugs. I assume they probably did on some level, because they also had conscription, but I know that the Australians came out of Vietnam in a much better state than the Americans did. That was a much more traumatic experience for you guys. But the Australian contingent was also much smaller, and had a lot more jungle fighting experience at that point.
Okay. Someone, did you get it?
In fact, I've said this before, but when I was in the Army Reserves, which was 10 years ago, 15 years ago? No, 10. Yeah, when I was in the Army Reserves, they were only just switching away from the old doctrine, which was basically Vietnam era. You know, they swapped out the M60 for a pair of Minimize, but otherwise it was basically Vietnam era. In terms of the structure of an infantry section, the way that we moved and fought when we were out bush, it was very much Vietnam. And that in turn was very much World War II doctrine. It was pretty much just pure World War II jungle fighting. He's still fucking doing it.
Someone F5 behind you. And another two. Clean fast, 3 F5 on your 1 o'clock. 1 in front of you, 3 F5, then 2 seconds. Salty, 290 for 15.
Oh shit. No, I did have my flaps out. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, just keep going.
Split S. At that altitude, it's not going to work very well, and also, again, at that distance, you're just solving their gunnery problems for them. Somebody right here. I'm getting callouts right on top of Sochi.
Rosman, nearest target, Saber, 318 for 20.
Huh? I just had a callout for like 5 kilometers from Sochi.
Well, he did fly near the airbase.
Oh, it was probably while the fucking guy was calling picture again. Yep, never mind. Damn. Yeah, he also rammed me on the runway earlier and then disconnected, so...
Behind the 5 and another one is running to 5 on your left. 1 30 degrees for 8.
Every time he's on the server, I have problems. He's either calling picture or something else like this.
Okay, Salty is turning
You know, it's nothing wrong with people coming and playing the server if they're new, but they need to actually make some effort to, like, fit in. You know, maybe, like, get on comms. Don't speak. Fuck, just listen. Don't speak. You don't have to speak. But... 2510.
Rosman on your 1 o'clock. Flanking. No, hold on. Rosman. Next to me.
I don't see this guy.
Rosman on your 10 o'clock. Salty Saber is on your 10. Myself. There's another guy. Yeah, the 3 friendly cannot take him. Total.
Cannot fucking say a single thing to them. I'm completely blind on everybody.
Rosman on your 9 o'clock. You're flying parallel with him.
Well, there's a hill in the way.
Salt in your direction. Keep turning left, Rosman.
I see a smoke trail above me. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see him.
Rosman on your 10.
Yep, he's just about to pass me.
Rosman on your right.
It was way too close for an R55. Whoever shot that.
Yeah, and those missiles are shit. I only managed once to hit something there. And the target wasn't flanking.
They'll hit, they're just very, very slow and they can't turn well.
Yeah, only that.
Okay, I'm swooping in on him. Can't get an angle, going back up.
I'm going again for the second comms station.
Okay. There are 2 F5s around the number 1 and number 2. And there is also a MiG-15 there.
The flag got me the last time. Just one round from the flag and boom, my wing was off.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I mean, it should be that way, right?
Saber's down.
Round.
I'm thinking about it, Bradle. Thinking about it. I have a plan for it, so I don't know if I want to fly in a helicopter, if I want to do attack comp. We'll see.
We can, did you get the paper? Yes. Okay, we have more
Picture
F5
forward.
in your area. 270 on 15. Is along the shore.
This guy's got to be kidding me, asking for picture all the time.
He does it every time he's on the server.
Really? I've never seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no, that's cool.
Salt is 277%. Rosman is 240%.
2407.
3,000 meters.
No joy here either.
3,000 meters.
Oh, I see him.
Salt, you're passing.
He's under a cloud. He's under a cloud. Look for the smoke trail against the cloud. Oh, if I had a missile right here. He has no idea.
And Storm Walker is with you, but he fired both people.
That's right, this guy has no idea. I'm just gonna roll up and gun him. Oh, now he knows.
Yeah.
It's alright, it's more fun when they fight back. Please don't clip that out of context. Things I should have thought about before saying.
Soma, intercept course
Whoop.
319.
That other 19 nearly... Oh, sorry, the other 21 nearly hit me. Shoulder shooting is a bad habit. Don't do it. Oh, don't fly in front of his guns.
Almost 7,000 meters.
He's got an air breakout, but he's also damaged. Who's the 21 that was firing at him?
Rosman, there is Storm Vogel is there, Assault is MiG-19.
Okay, well the 21 shot over my shoulder. It was a bit risky as all.
Okay, break the other F5.
Okay, Rosman, you see?
I'm sitting on this F5's tail. Yeah, he's chasing the 21, but the 21's not making it easy for me.
Okay, break the other F5.
This 21 isn't on comms, right?
Yeah, Storm Vogel is not on comms, he's doing the right.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Magic Soldier, I'm going
Zone at 30 degrees for 5. Keep turning right, Zone.
It's fucking 21.
Magic Rescue at the other F5. 10 miles out.
Fuck me.
Zone 84 for 10. Hold.
Having second thoughts about saving him at this point. Splash F5.
I saw F5 turning toward you from the back.
I'm RTB for ammo.
Someone you see on your one o'clock? Salty 84 for 25, F5.
I can play Eve. I haven't played Eve in years, dude. Eve is one of those games that I wish I was actually, like, patient enough to get good at, but, like, I like it, it's a comfy game, but I'm terrible at it, and the meta changes often enough that when I go away for 3 years and come back, I have to relearn everything.
Copy that, going in for the bombing run.
No, it doesn't, plant pots. He's physically asking for picture every single fucking time that happens.
Should does it. Should do it. Come on.
And I, like, this same guy, every time he comes on the server, does the same thing. He just asks for picture, he's never on comms, he constantly cuts in front of people, or, like, cuts them off, or shoots over their shoulders. Like, he's just a fucking menace. I wish he'd play on blue team. Get him the fuck away from me, put him on blue team. I wish they had to deal with some of the fucking geniuses we get these days. I know they have their own share, but god, some of ours are real prize winners. Hey, Super. Star Citizen? I have not played Star Citizen since the original Vandal Swarm sort of tech demo came out, because I didn't have a working HOTAS at the time, and then when I did have a working HOTAS, my PC couldn't run it, and since then I just haven't got round to trying it again. I don't know what kind of state it's in. Like, it's... I don't know, it seems like it'd be fun to play, but I need to actually get into it first. And I don't know how much of what was supposed to be in the game has actually made it into the game. Spending a whole savings of pixel art that'll never get done. I feel so bad. One of my old co-workers at a previous job had put in thousands to that game. Thousands. I am in for 100 and, I think, like 130 Australian. That's it. And that was when it first got announced. And I've spent nothing on it since.
Copy south. Thanks for the save.
Someone salty, did you kill that guy?
Yeah, station 5. Can I go?
I always float in this thing. It does, doesn't it? It really does. Well, even the Civi sim stuff, to be honest, like I was talking about this, I think, stream before last. the Civvy Sim stuff is so fucking expensive compared to DCS. Like, you see people complain, oh, this or that module in DCS is so expensive, it's $80. What the fuck? When's it gonna go on sale? You get some of the stuff that people buy for like MSFS or P3D or X-Plane or whatever, and it's less functional than what we have in DCS, and it costs twice as much and never goes on sale. Like, holy Jesus, man.
1000 meters. Another pop-up, same direction, but...
Like the supersonic jets, or the things that look vaguely like supersonic jets anyway, in MSFS, those things cost as much as a good DCS module at full price. Like 60, 70 bucks some of them. And they're, like, not even FC3. Not even. Blows my fucking mind, man.
Okay, Sonan, the nearest one is 8 kilometers from you in your direction, but...
Yeah, I was watching videos of it, and I was just like, ooh, ooh. And some of them, like, for instance, the Eurofighter and stuff, it looks like they just picked up a model on Turbo Squid, maybe, or ripped it from an old GTA mod, and then implemented it that way. Like, none of them have proper PBR, it's just... I don't know, man, I don't know. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to click. I probably just made enemies of, like, every single person in the flight sim community, but it is what it is, man. I would not pay money for that. Things I will pay money for are interesting or unique aircraft, even if they're not fully functional. So, for instance, the Nemeth Yak 18T is a really nice little plane, and it's mostly there, but some of the instrumentation's fucked up. The accelerometer reads backwards. The slit ball reads backwards. There's a few little, like, issues with it, but generally it handles more or less like a Yak 18 is supposed to. It looks like one, it sounds like one. It's a nice little plane. So I bought that, and I don't regret it, even though, as I said, some of the instrumentation's fucky. The Flying Iron Spitfire is still in need of some adjustment, the ground handling especially, and I feel like it's not draggy enough. So, again, have never flown a Spitfire in real life, obviously, but comparing both to DCS's Spitfire Mark 9 and IL-2's Spitfire Mark 9, which, full disclosure, is a 9E, not that it makes much difference, it's just a difference in the gun armament. The DCS and IL-2 Spitfires, when you're at full RPM and throttled back to flight idle, they bleed speed really quickly. The Flying Iron one, I have a lot of trouble landing in it because it just doesn't want to shed speed. I'll be full revs, I'll just chop throttle all the way back to idle, and it still is holding speed, unless I, really pitch it up, whereas in DCS and in IL-2 it feels like it bleeds speed much, much better. Maybe it's just confirmation bias, maybe it's because the sense of scale is slightly different, don't know. I'm going to have to do some more testing, but that's what it feels like at the moment. So now that I've got the initial suspicion kind of confirmed, I'll have to go back and test both ways and just see if that's actually what's happening or if it's just me. So that's, when people say, oh, this feels this or this feels that, that's a good starting point, but you can't say, oh, this is modeled wrong because I feel like it should do this. That's not how that works. It's, this feels like it might be a bit iffy, I'm going to test it, and then you empirically test it and figure out if it is or is not actually broken. Which is something that, like 90% of the DCS forums posters need to be taught, I think. You can fly them anywhere. I mean, that's why, when there's actually a decent module, that's why I'll buy it. Like, for instance, again, the Spitfire is in need of some work, but it's not bad. It looks pretty decent, it sounds pretty decent, it flies more or less like I'd expect a Spitfire to, and it was like 30 bucks. If it was 50 bucks or 60 bucks, I probably wouldn't have bought it. Not until it was fixed. But at the price it's at, yeah, that's, that's a fair price. Whoop. I just... Suicide by proxy. That was my previous pilot from when that dipshit crashed into me on the runway. Just fucking brain myself. So I'm gonna have some nice red streaks all over my wingtip now. One of those days. I'm having a lot of those days recently, but oh well. Yeah, he should have got off fucking taxiway. It's his own fault. Why is that green smoke here? Yeah, I've been kind of watching their Zibel. I haven't picked them up yet, but I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. One of the other modules I picked up recently for MSFS was the P38, which is also by Flying Iron, and I feel like it also has the same drag issue, so I'm curious what's going on there. I'm gonna have to test out the P38 and IL-2 to compare them, but it looks like a P38, mostly. I think some of the gauges are scaled a bit small on the instrument panel, so it gives you a bit of uncanny valley, but it looks more or less like a P38. It sounds like a P38. It flies pretty much like you would expect. And it wasn't expensive, so they're nice little planes to fly around in. I can get it when they're not too expensive and they're more or less correct, but when it's something like the, you know, the Eurofighter or the F-15 or whatever, like, you're spending DCS money on something that's like a GTA mod. I don't understand it. To War Thunder Car 50, yeah, exactly. Fucking War Thunder has shit that costs more than DCS modules. I don't know. We've got a pretty good thing going with DCS. Like, I know I've been pretty critical of it in the past, usually as my PC was choking and dying, but there's a reason I still play it. Okay. There's nothing else like it, and for all its flaws, it is a lot of fun to play. One day I hope we get even more complex weather so it can be more like Microsoft Flight Sim. Like, if you took the weather system and the terrain from Microsoft Flight Simulator and combined it with everything else from DCS... Oh, the RS2 US, yes please. Oh, the memes would be amazing.
Oh, that one's the shitty one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could add it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I could add it, I guess, yeah. Yeah, why not?
Imagine the flex killing somebody with an RS2 US. I've got kills with R55s. I don't think I've ever made a PvP kill with the RS2 US. Alright, I'm airborne if you want to direct me onto the F5. My guns before I forget.
Go for another bombing run.
708 F5.
By the way, next mission is Last Man Standing, Syria. Unless you want something else.
That one's pretty fun.
Okay, I'll keep it. It's fun, actually.
I don't know how many other people have Syria as the only issue, but yeah, it's a fun mission.
Yeah, like half of them are probably gonna leave.
I wish that ED would do the same thing that IL-2 does, so that only the server client needs to have the server needs to have the map, and then you can play on that server if you don't have the map, but you can't play the map yourself in single player. Like, it's a really good system. I wish they'd use it in DCS.
Yeah, I understand what you mean.
No, it's about the same. The only real difference between gun sights is this one doesn't have all the additional input from the fire control system, so you don't have any automatic input for rocket attacks or automated ranging. You only have the automated ranging from the radar for the guns. You don't have it for air-to-ground weapons. and also you've got a bigger sight glass, but otherwise they're basically the same sight. For 29.
What's the air for that mission with the choppers?
Yes, choppers and combined arm.
If you want to run TACCOM for it, by any chance, Apoc, I came up with a plan last time, so I might run it by you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if you're flying red against Mike Diddley, you always need a plan.
Yeah, we did lose a few missions recently.
Yeah, as of late, it's only Mike Diddley doing combined arms, obviously for Blue, and Blue has been wrecking.
It did have the air to ground, but not in the sense that it's portrayed in DCS. So it had a slant range unit, which uses the aircraft's altitude and the gyro pitch angle to figure out where the bomb's going, well not the bomb, where the rocket's going to land. It didn't have it for bombs. Bombs were just fully manual like this. But for rockets and guns, the 21 had slant ranging, and it also had radar ranging. So it's not as good as it is in DCS in real life, but it's not as bad as that either. It's kind of in between. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much a good way of describing it, actually. Me-24 with extra steps. 086 or 29. Ooh, there's a couple of them over there. That's concerning. AI callouts for like 3 or 4 guys off my right side.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to exit. I can check 1 o'clock below you.
I would definitely agree with you on that, Bradle. I would love one. And it would solve a lot of our problems on Cold War related to ground attack. Because we don't have an actual strike aircraft at the moment. The Su-25 is not exactly a strike aircraft. It's a, you know, it's the same thing as the A-10. It's designed to loiter around an area where you have complete air superiority. Well, not loiter, but you know what I mean. It goes somewhere where there's no threat of getting shot down by aircraft. It bombs or rockets things and it goes home. We don't have anything that can really get into hostile airspace and kill stuff.
F5, 4,000 meters. Open your faster. And dead. Yeah.
I just can't find anybody's going duck fighting. Good God, these guys.
Well, that's fine in the air versus 5.
The usual.
Yeah, it's just so fucking annoying.
Check left wing, 10 miles, just above the mountain.
I don't see him, but I'll turn that way.
7060, and keep looking at
Merge call.
Merge to
I don't see.
1 o'clock. 2 o'clock. 3 miles.
Still no joy.
257.
Westman, go 134. Okay, on your nose, he's turning back. 1 o'clock.
Oh, I see him. Need to get my fucking eyes tested. Jesus Christ.
Someone behind you. 3 of them.
He's just dropped behind a ridge.
Second F5 is coming for you. Well, second F5 on your left.
I'm just gonna stay on the first guy. Nice that the AIU's actually holding me at 8G like it should be. Second guy just passed under me. Oh, what a king! Into the trees. I don't see him yet. I'll try and drag him home. I see him. Lost him, but that's alright. We'll just keep turning. Just keep turning. I love when they try and shoot missiles that close. We'll outrate him. Okay. I'll try and keep him busy. If you could send some help, it would be appreciated. Try and waste his ammo. Pretty soon, I think. Easily outrating them. See, he's holding his nose inside my turn to try and get those gunshots, and eventually he's going to run out of energy and spit out the back. I just got to avoid getting hit between now and when that happens, and avoid flying into the mountain. No, the Pipper doesn't lock on. The gyro Pipper is just a gyro Pipper on the 21. It doesn't lock or do anything with the radar. Like, the ASP is not modeled correctly in DCS, let's leave it at that. Okay, fuck him. I got a guy in front of me now. Let's just say hello to his little friend here, and then go back for him. Nope, didn't have the angle. Oh, someone's out of phase. Oh, he might get me here. Yep. Got overconfident. But I kept him busy for a while. Unfortunately, I stalled myself out right as he was just pulling the last of his nose authority, so he was able to land a couple hits. But what I tried to do there is, as you go up, you don't go straight up, you spiral. And so they can't quite get their nose because they're out of phase with you. Like, they're always slightly behind your turn, but I just lost my speed there and dropped away. Well, I think I'm like 2 for 2 today so far. That's not too terrible. My overall score is pretty crap, but that's because the server hasn't reset for like a week or something. The last few days have been pretty rough for me. Ooh, Tricker throwing shade. Yeah, that's all it does. It cages the gyro. out there. The same thing that usually happens. The handful of red players that were already on decided to jump off, and all the blues got on at the same time. I'm actually going to leave that, because I'm going to go air to ground first. Manual 45. Yeah, it is. Check the briefing. Which buildings was it I needed to hit at Larnaca? Okay, it's the big clusterfuck by the apron. I don't know how many of them I need to take out though. We're going to need a lot of runway because we're quite heavy. We're actually overloaded. So we'll taxi down the end. I'm going to try and get in the habit as well, although I'll probably forget, of caging the gyro before takeoff and before landing. Just because in real life there's a risk of damaging the gyro if it's uncaged when you're on the ground, due to vibrations of the bad variety. So it's a habit I'm going to try and pick up slowly. We'll see. You'll also notice I've put the sight into manual bombing mode, which gets around the magical CCIP which this aircraft isn't supposed to have. So I could do it the easy way, but that's no fun. So we're going to try and do it the realistic way. Yeah, I know, Blue has got like shitloads of people and Tricker now, so it's going to be Dark Souls today, I think. As if it wasn't already. It's 16 kilometers already, Jesus Christ.
Last one, intercept 2 Gazelle Mikes at 270
I'm loaded for air to ground. I was going to go hit Larnaca as quickly as I can.
Roger that. Okay, let's do that first.
So, does he realize that they're not as restricted in this mission? There's R13s in this. The R13's not great, but it's not that bad.
Those are Pico, copy.
Like, the R13 M1 is perfectly workable. It was only that last mission where they're restricted to R55s.
Our Banta is MiG-15, we're standby.
Make sure it is set right. Yeah, it shouldn't matter if that's in that position. Should have probably taken a 490 litre tank actually instead of an 800. My flaps are still down because I forgot to pull them up. Definitely having one of those days. We need the tack release switch before I forget that one on the anti-ice. I need to get high enough to avoid getting popped by IR SAMs, so I need to be above 5 kilometers altitude as I come in, which I'm just below at the moment. We're probably going to cross into their envelope on the egress, on the dive bombing run and the egress, but that's alright. That's what flares are for. Just hope for the best. Where's Larnaca?
There's your Nico, copy.
Should be under my nose.
Enemy Gazelle approach and get him on aircon, 5 clicks up.
Okay, 45-degree dive. Ish. It's closer to 50. Oh, I should have started flaring earlier. God damn it. Did my bombs even come off? I don't think they did. No, my bombs didn't come off. Not my day today. Not my day. How much do the PVO and VVS 21s differ in avionics? So the VVS 21s have the ILS system, Polyot ILS, which is what we have here. The PVO 21s, I'll show you in a minute. So let me get loaded back up. Actually, no, we'll put those on the outboards. So, all of this panel was rearranged, and the actual Lazur cipher panel was situated here. And then instead of this, you had a smaller, more basic, sort of, not even an HSI, just a compass, pretty much, kind of like the MiG-19 has. So you had that, and then you had an actual Lazur indicator, which is, it's kind of, it has like a crosshair on it, and then it has a series of lights around the outside edge. Cotty, if you could post like a link to it in chat or something, and that would show you where the target is in reference to you. So you'd see like a target indicator somewhere, say top left of the crosshair or in the middle of the crosshair if you were on target. And then the lights would come on to tell you go into afterburner, turn the radar on, whatever. So that's how it would work in the 21. What am I doing?
F5 is 2705 clicks, cold, I lost him. That's what he lost.
Got it.
Couple 275, 6 clicks on the deck code.
Copy. Chasing.
You know what helps? Starting the fucking engine. What is wrong with me today? Seriously. Holy shit. Yeah, it would be cool to have both versions in DCS. I don't know if we will, but... because it's quite a lot of work to make a Lazur version, because you have to remodel the cockpit, basically, as well as implement the systems. Great. I got tunnel visioned on my run-in and hit by Sam.
This place is the worst to detect any F5s over Cyprus. All maps. That's my experience with F5 anyway. Okay, we've got 2 F5s over Kingsfield. Kingsfield's under attack.
Merged. Concerning. remember to turn my shit on.
All 3 helicopters were shot down by the MiG-15. There's a Sabre over Aircrown being chased by the MiG-15. 2 F-5s west of Aircrown, 10 clicks. 5 at Kingsfield is down. Code 3 o'clock, F5 code, 1 click. Select
Controle.
got that, stay on it.
There's a Sabre buzzing around here. Yeah, he's got a MiG-15 on him. Should be okay. I hope. Hey, Kang.
Last number if possible, 5 clicks south of the airbase, 2 F5s, 1 Sabre, top 5 and MiG-15. Need some help.
Yeah, I see it. I'm loaded out for air to ground. I'll get rid of the bombs and go up and fight him.
Borders are heavily outnumbered, lots of F5s everywhere.
As usual.
Yep. All F5s, all Ziggins are taken, we're heavily outnumbered here.
Yeah, as usual.
Okay, we're going out there only. Nothing else we can do. Currently 2 F5s at Kingsfield.
Fucking sucks, because I definitely need more practice doing air to ground stuff.
Let's speak, how copy.
Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Come on. Fuck it. I think we're good. I think they're automated, but Alpin might be jumping in them, I'm not sure. Because most missions that he runs you can get in as TAC Commander.
The MiG-15 is breaking, 2 helicopters, 2 F5s, not bad. 1 sortie.
I'm airborne.
Last one, assist, yeah. Copy that. Last one, we got a Biggin coming your way. He is 240, 13 clicks on deck, flying north.
24013.
So expect him to be flanking left to right. There's a big, you just flew over a gazelle. Got it gone, man. Rav guy's going top right. Okay, last one on your 1 o'clock, 6 clicks, F5 being chased by MiG-15. Flanking right to left. Last one, 11 o'clock. 10 o'clock, last one, 2 clicks. He's on the left turn, just like you.
I'm blind today, I can't see anything.
Correct.
Hi, Sam.
Missing fire data from the other MiG-21. Let's hit out. Last one, 3 MiGs, 95. Which were the big one. If you hear me, distance to your bandit is 2.2. Don't fire yet, he's very fast. Let me know if you're losing much now.
Yeah, I still see. I think somebody else just joined. I'm getting hit from behind. Somebody's right behind me. Yeah, not much I can do about it. I'm pretty badly damaged. I can barely control the aircraft.
Roger that.
Fucking hell, man. Well, we just can't do anything. We got no fucking planes in the air. Like, look at it. Jesus Christ. Fucking guarantee if the teams were the other way around, there'd be fucking complaints. I think I see it.
Great. When you told me 15, engaging the Gazelle, you got him.
Yes, I am complaining right now, because it's not that fun being on the receiving end of a massive stack. But every time we complain about something that Blue complain about as well, it gets made into a huge drama. Oh, of course, Red's complaining about it again. Like, come on. Like Blue players have never fucking whined about anything being stacked. God, I don't think I'm going to be able to put this on the ground. I'm way fast. Shit. Should have gone wheels up. I'm dead. Look at this! Fucking look at this! No wonder fucking Red don't play anymore. Like, it's just never fun, because you immediately get mobbed by 3 people as soon as you take off. And they're all on comms. Look how many squadrons there are. And we have, like... What? Fab's not on comms because he's Russian. I don't know if he speaks English, but he's never on our comms. This guy's not on comms. It's Alpin, me, and Proof's on the other frequency, who I can't talk to, and then this Moonraker guy.
Watch out for 15 landing. He's coming up on your 6.
It's just not fun. Like, it's not fun. Well, Saber, put it this way. Only one of the 2 teams ever asked for their weapons to be taken away because they thought that it was too easy for them. You know, that's the standard I go by. We asked for the R60 to be taken away because it was overperforming. And almost immediately, one of the usual suspects demanded to be given the AIM-9 P5. So, you know, what does that tell you? Can you fly the Mi-24? Not now. Not now. I'm not in the mood to fly a helicopter now. I'm probably going to switch server pretty soon, actually, if this team stack doesn't sort itself out. Because, again, it's not fun. And it looks like our Mi-24 might be shooting our own air-based defenses. Possibly. I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, because we asked for them to be taken away originally, Saber. Like, you're not listening. We had the R60 initially, back when it was overperforming, and it was steering, like, onto hot aspect targets that it shouldn't have been. So, we asked for it to be taken away because it meant we could still engage head-on and Blue couldn't. It got taken away. That problem got fixed. And we never got it back. Get rid of that. Did he just... I hope not. I think he was landing, wasn't he? I hope he's fucking landing.
Talking to me, Russ?
Huh?
I thought you were talking to me. You said he was landing something. I don't know.
What am I doing? Engine. I don't get how this is fun for anybody. Like, there's what? How many MiGs have we got? We got a helicopter, which they're probably not going to engage. 1, 2... We have 3 aircraft, 4 aircraft, including me, for them to shoot at. Because there's that many of them, the competition for a kill is going to be ridiculous. So I don't get it. I don't know how people enjoy that. I don't. That's why I always try and play on the team with less players.
So far, picture is clear. While saying that, Gazelle just popped up. Rossman, that's the only thing I see. He's west of you, 9 clicks. Coming hot, low. Three F5s approaching Kingsfield. About time they started playing the objective.
I mean, they can afford to, can't they?
With all the numbers they have, I mean, come on.
Right. Should probably remember to set my RSPN so I can find my way home.
Okay, it looks like they're playing a bit more organized now. I guess Al is approaching the Northern Airfield, Bashi. 3 F5s at Kingsfield. 1 Gazelle approaching Airgun. Looks like they're playing the objective. We'll see. Four F5s, 1 Vegan at Kingsfield.
It's always in combat mode. The default state of the radar is combat mode. It never ever spawns in training mode. You have to physically switch it into training if you want to use it. I don't even know if the training mode switch does anything. In-game, that is. Obviously, in real life it does. Where is it? It's this red guarded switch here. Yeah, to where?
Copy that.
I don't think there's any point doing air to ground at the moment at all.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's at Kingsfield, so it seems. We could, but I don't know if, I don't know if it's worth it.
It's on the right, isn't it? Well, look, it spawns by default in the right position. And I've never seen it do anything else, so... Let me check. Well, we can try it. I don't know if it'll make any difference. If that's what it actually stands for, then that means it's always been spawning in the wrong position. So that means it probably has no effect in the sim because I've never noticed my radar performance degraded. Yeah, he's smoking. I see him.
Roger that. Doesn't see you. That's Brooks and Dozer, his teammate, on your 6-8 clicks coming up. Blocking you up, but he's still far away, so good.
Missile missed. This guy's working up.
Right, Rossman, 3 mate, and the F5. The other 2 F5s are blind.
Something's locking me out.
Not sure what it is, Rossman. Okay, we've got 2 F5s, 3 F5s, 3 mates. Eagle's firing. 2 more F5s coming from the south. That's a huge furball.
Splash the smoke up.
Copy that, F5 shut down an F5. Rossman, on your 6, defend.
Oh shit, that was a bad stall. What is wrong with me today, man? I can't even fly.
F5 was shut down by Ross, the other mate. Rossman 6 is clear. On your 12, Rossman 2 F5s flanking left to
Yeah,
right.
I see.
Your 6 is clear.
One turning back into me. I'm going for the other one. Careful with the trees on Syria, they made of fucking concrete. Too bad I got no missiles left, huh? Should've saved them.
Rossman single F5, the rest is further east. Well,
Yeah, I see him.
copy. I'll let you know if trouble comes your way. Your defenses are way too bad, the Eagles and the Australians. Australia 9.
Yeah, Strela 9s are trash. They're rear aspect only and they don't track very well.
Yeah, I should replace that, I guess.
What do they have, chaparrals?
Yeah, Chaparral, no amateurs.
I know they've improved the chaparral, but I haven't tried it yet. I've lost this F5.
I lost the F5 as well. Eagle has shut down an F5 finally. I tested the Chaparral, I was going head on with it, and it got me.
Yeah.
You can easily defend it.
Alright, I got this guy's back on my nose.
Copy that. Rossman, only F5 is further east, 10 clicks coming your way.
Wobbly boy. Put some pressure on him.
F5 coming up on your 6, Rossman. 2 F5s.
Guy on my nose is hit.
Copy that, watch out on your 6.
Guy on my nose is splashed, I think, but I'm also hit. I'm dead. I hit him, but I think he's still flying. F5s are quite hard to actually kill. Oh, maybe he went down. Yeah, he's lost his engines. He's gone down. So at least we finally got one. It's Cold War, Brennan. He's not making it home. When I'm outnumbered like this, the MiG-19 is probably actually the better option for air-to-air, just because it's better at holding off multiple F5s at once, but I'll take the 21 for this. I usually just fly with my own one. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Yeah, you can fly the MiG-15 in here. I just prefer to fly with my own, to be honest. Like, I don't really do requests, guys. I'm gonna be straight up with you. If I don't feel like doing something, I ain't gonna do it. Probably have started warming the radar up earlier. It's going to be out of commission for a few minutes now. So I never even got to test that out. Let's try it again. I don't think it does anything in the sim though. How do you use flares on the MiG-21? First you need to take the actual countermeasure pods. Which they're listed as the ASO2, but they're not actually ASO2s. Also, if you take the SPS-141 jammer pod, it has some built into it. If you're using that pod, there's a separate button and some switches on the control panel, which you have to use. But if you're not using the jammer pod, then you use this button here. So you flip up the cover and then you press that button. The cover has to be flipped up, even if you've got that button bound. If you've bound the button but you don't have the cover flipped, it won't do anything.
F5 flying over the airfield, he's pushing east.
Yeah. I just saw him splash somebody, I think.
Yeah, the second you take off, when you turn right, go south, southwest, there's a 3 MiG, 3 F5s.
Doesn't it? I haven't tried that. Interesting. Sam's got one. Oh, come on, get the other one. I think Sam's hit the other one, but he's still flying.
Roger that. Let's see if he makes it back home. Thumbs out on your 6.
Oh shit. This is fine. Did I forget to... Yep. I did forget.
Couple it on your 12. Nice, keep on the muscle. Get close to couple it. Missed. Last one picture's clear so far. Russman, got a duck fight. Keep turning left 2907 clicks F5 MiG-21 on the tick.
Tally one. It's smoking. Is that the F5?
That's the F5.
What's my aspect? Is he turning into me? Oh, never mind. He's gonna go for that MiG. I should have a missile shot here.
He's going for the MiG, yeah. I think they're both smoking. That's possible.
He's fired. MiG flare. Shit, he got him. Got him.
Copy, he's out of flares. Copy that, Russman, good kill. Intercept second F5 at 190, 10 clicks, altitude 300, hot.
9010. No joy yet.
Check, let's talk into the B-15. On your 12, on your 12. You should get the 12, maybe 6 clicks.
I had turn for a second, but I don't see him and I just lost it.
11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, he's going for the airfield. Turn left, alert you now. Now, on your 12, now.
I've got turn, I still don't see him. Oh, I see him.
Copy that.
He's smoking now.
Slightly turning south. He's turning right. Yeah, AAA got him.
Missile away. Might be a little far.
Let's get him.
Got him.
Nice, good job.
Alright, I'm guns only now.
Copy that, F5 on your 6. He's slow though. You're way faster than him, you can escape if you want. Just go east. Five coming up on your 6, range 1.9. You're way faster. Fire the missile, fire the missile.
Still got me through all those flares. And flight idle.
God.
Fucking AIM-9Ps are really good missiles. As much as they say they're shit, they're fucking amazing. I wish I had AIM-9Ps. I can hear you, but I'm on the runway burning, so I'm gonna have to reslot.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because I see something burning, but I don't see it on the map, so I figured that was you.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
Yikes.
This guy's kicked out of the server right now. I'm gonna kick him.
Did someone just do something stupid? Regarding the R60s, they won't track pure head-on shots anymore, but they will occasionally make, like, the thing is, the MiG-21's missiles will all track through an aspect that they shouldn't, but they won't make head-on shots. So, like, if the target has good aspect but then turns into the missile still tracks. I don't know why they do it. But I think it's, like, the 9P is such a good missile, it shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't matter.
Yeah, because I see almost the same behavior, like you're turning and the M9P still follows you and gets you at your 8 o'clock or something.
I think the 9P loses track at like a 80 or 90 degree aspect. So they will keep tracking you if you beam them, but they won't if you turn head on into them. The biggest problem blue players have with the 9P is they shoot way too close. Like, the missile's fine, it's most of them don't know how to use it.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Same problem I have with R13s.
Runway's clear if about to land. Yeah, it looks like it. No, he's not landing. Okay, Westman, the second you take off, just south of the airbase, southwest for about 3 clicks, 2 F5s in a turn fight with the MiG-15. He's holding it.
Oh, I can see missiles. Jesus. They're that close, so literally as soon as I'm airborne, I'm in a fight.
MiG-15 is down, 1 left, 3 F5s. I don't think you need the, what's it called, the fuel tank. That's just weight.
It's just for takeoff. I'm going to jettison it once I'm in the air.
We're literally outside the airbase, just 4 clicks away.
I know. Holy shit! Other MiG cut me off.
Sorry.
That's alright. It's a bit hectic. A little bit hectic.
Right, I got 3 F5s coming to the airbase. They're firing rocket. Yeah, 1 F5 is firing rocket. 1 is dropping bombs just at the airbase. F5 is hit by the Eagle, finally. Okay, Russell, that's a smart move. Separate yourself from the band. Once you're ready, let me know. I'll give you a blast.
I think I see him.
Yeah, they're turning cold. If you go southwest now, they're all cold. That'll be great.
Yep, I see one. He's making himself a nice easy... Oh, never mind, he ejected.
Yeah, he was hit by the Strela. Yeah, he's going down. Strela's gonna get him again. Oh, God. Okay, Russman, if you keep pushing pushing that heading for about 7 clicks. There are 4 F5s. 3 are cold, 1 is dirty hot. Maybe you should stay over the airbase, okay?
No, I just got a merge call, so...
Merge call is on your 11 o'clock, 2 clicks. On your 12, 1 click.
Yeah, I see him.
Now merge, to the right. Complete same F5 on your 11 o'clock, turn left to right. Complete on your 12, 500 meters. Complete merged, same F5.
Okay.
Check right, check right. Check the right side, complete on your 4 o'clock.
No, tally.
He's above you.
Complete how you're heading.
I'm on it.
Complete is possible, turn left, make it to Westman.
I see him, he's on my 6.
Yeah, turn left, set him up for me.
Turning
Turn left, complete, turn left, roger. Westman, hurry up, F5 coming up. Westman, stairs, last come stairs.
He overshot.
Another missile, Westman. Also defeated, good job.
Moving my left turn.
Overshoot. F5 overshot, check right, Westman.
I'm on the left guy.
Copy that.
I gotta stick with what I can see.
Tell the guys to me.
Turning left. Roger, that was one.
See another one?
Lost both missiles.
Fuck, my gunnery's so bad now.
F5's on your 6, one without missile, the other one is Spitfire, will mine fire.
Other F5 shot?
Contact missile. Missile to Westman. Westman's surrounded by F5. 5 of them.
Can't buy a hit today. One F5 hit. He's still flying. I'm gonna try and get away to the north if I can.
Roger that. We got F5 coming up on your 8 o'clock. They don't see you there. They're turning left. That's good.
I just got a hit. Fuck. My gunnery in the 21 is so bad. It's been that long since I got into a good gunfight with it. Just cannot hit anything. Yeet! Before I forget, let's see. Let's do science. If I get to turn my fucking radar on this time, I haven't survived long enough to do it so far. Have not turned it on once this mission. Hey, Rama. No, we'll just go this, and then, yeah, we'll get rid of the belly tank. Fuck it. We don't need it. It's that close to the airbase, we really don't need it. I'm just going to leave the E-burner on because I've been using it as soon as I'm off the ground, so I may as well just not turn it off. Tumansky's technicians can deal with it.
Double attacks into runway. Командир, оружие подвешено.
Thought that never changes remains a stupid lie. It's never been quite the same. No hearing or breathing.
It's so. Well, the team balance is actually improved, which is good. We're still on the back foot, but that's good. What plane is this? I think you know very well what plane it is, Steve. Just a sneaking suspicion. Okay, I actually remember that this time. Hey, we got both Steves here. Been alright. Not flying the best today, but otherwise life's been pretty decent. Merge calls at the airbase, gotta love him. Oh, he just got fucked. I completely forgot what I said about caging the gyro on the ground, but I'm in such a hurry to get off the ground today. Fuck it. We'll do that on missions where we aren't getting attacked on the airbase, right? That sounds reasonable to you guys, right? Sounds reasonable to me.
100.
I'm on 0 now. 1, 2, 3 of 5s, 3 clicks. Make 15 is down, they got him.
Tell it.
It's always been just the same. No hearing or breathing, no movement, no words, just nothing.
That's not a bad number of players on the Syria map. I would have thought. Copy, that's an F5 on your 12. 2 more F5s coming up on your 8 o'clock in the left there, just like you. Must not be possible to turn right immediately for about 7 clicks. 3 F5s, 1
I'm breaking up.
Yeah, I see him.
Copy that. Goblet, if you want, turn right, drag them towards Westman so he can get on their 6.
Copy.
Oh, that looks good. Westman, 3 F5s on your 12.
Yeah, I see him. I just gotta get closer.
Copy that. Closest one is 3.8 clicks. Yeah, that's one you're chasing. Copy that. Your 6 is clear. You might want to recommit at 180 or 8 clicks.
18086.
That's close. That's close, Westman.
Missile away. I lost sight of the other guy. He turned around.
Copy that. F5 coming
Missile
up on
missed.
your, 4
Shit.
o'clock, Westman. Keep turning right. Yeah, they're coming up on your 6.
Yeah, there's 2 of them behind me.
Copy that.
I got tell on them.
Yeah, copy that. Hurry up. 8 clicks on your 12. Westman being chased by 2 F5s. Make that 3. 5 missiles are missed. Copy, you got missiles or guns?
Only guns.
Roger that.
I'm gonna try to steer them off.
12, lift 21, 4 click. Okay, that's me F5 in a train formation behind Russell. Copy, anything you see behind him is an F5.
I believe. Ribbon.
It's the other 21. Shit. So he missed his chance there, but it's understandable. He's doing some weird jinking. Okay, one's on you. Keep him. Keep him going right.
Copy. Going right.
Missile on him. It's not tracking. Shit.
I'm straight now.
I'm still on this guy. I think I got one behind me. Yes, I do. Ah! It's too low. Shouldn't have kicked the rudder. Jesus, this is fucking insane. I think this is a MiG-15 kind of mission, but both the MiG-15 slots are taken. This would be the one mission I would fly one, because they can't... Well, they can run away from you, but they won't. Just grab that and we'll get rid of the tanks. So that last one was me being bad. I kicked the rudder and just brushed the ground with my right wing and it dragged me in. Rolling with the rudder is a good trick, except when you're 3 feet off the ground. And it's a really bad trick, as it turns out. brain is really struggling today.
Looks like we got a F5 on the airfield, I just don't see it. Oh, there he is, he's south of it. Couple of just land. Mad Max, you copy? Yep. Mad Max, if you hear me, you got an F5 on your 1708 clicks code.
Should have turned that on earlier. I've started it warming. Someone just crashed into the runway.
Yeah, a couple of just landed, crash landed maybe.
I'm so good. Maybe not. Might run off the runway.
Yeah. Where's your parachute?
I try to use it, but I don't think
No air pressure? Check your air pressure gauge. You might have forgot to put the gear handle back to neutral.
I sure as hell did.
Oh, yes! Skyrider's on our team. Good. We got some actually good MiG pilots on instead of me. So we might see a bit of a turnaround here, hopefully. Jeez, merged again. Fuck me.
Westman, I see 3 F5s, 2105 clicks, dogfight dynamic 15. That's the only thing I see.
The merge cause has taken off, but I don't see where it was.
Copy, that must be them, there's nothing else.
Why does it look like my fucking gyro is... I did align it! Why is it saying I didn't?
What's on 2 o'clock? 3 o'clock, what's on F5W15?
I'm looking, but I don't see him yet. Oh, tally.
Also 9 o'clock?
Yeah, I see the F5.
You fly information with an F5 on your left.
Yeah, there's one on my left wing now as well, and something else joining further out. One behind me.
You overshot? Yep, you overshot to the left. Not exactly.
He's still above me, he's scissoring. Fuck. A little aggressive with the rudder today.
You overshot, you overshot.
Shit. Every time I get behind one, there's another one behind me. Every time. Let's jump into 15. I feel like I'd have more success in that today. And I need to... I'll have to do it some other day. I'll have to test and see if the training and combat mode switch actually does do anything. No, he has disabled the extra radios for this. It's only showing the main radio. Which is kind of annoying, because it means we're back to only being able to talk to 15s through somebody who's in a GCI slot. Which makes coordinating massively more complicated than it should be. But, you know, wouldn't be right if we didn't have to deal with fucking handicaps. I don't know. I don't know why he changed it. I know some of the guys on the forums were complaining that they didn't want to hear all the other frequencies and they didn't know how to turn it off, which is simple. You just open the overlay and switch the frequency to something that's not used, but... I don't know. Go ahead and arm on the ground. Because I'm not going to have time to do it in the air. Happy days. I haven't found my gear lever in this yet. Should do that later.
Panzer 1-1, you get an F5 coming up on your 6-8 clicks on the deck hot. Panzer 1-1, keep turning right, 235, 5 clicks on the deck hot.
I just took off again. Why is this for me?
Okay, Russman, assist Panzer 1-1 on your 270, 7 clicks. F5, MiG-15. Panzer 1-1 merged on your 6. He crashed, I think. Roger that. Confirm, please. Russell on your 12, is there a crash site? 5 clicks?
Yep.
Copy that, he's dead. Okay, Russell on your 12 is Banzai 1-1. Banzai 1-1, turn left now, fly heading 270. You guys should fly together. I'll direct you towards 2F5.
I see.
Okay, Russell, I'm still with Banzai. Banzai, fly heading 220 for about 10 clicks.
Forwards visibility in this thing is so bad.
Okay, mid-15's flight, you've got 285s coming your way, 240, 20 clicks, altitude 2000, diving hot. Tower above. Roger that. Got Russell with you, that's 2 mid-15s, to get 285. Range to the closest one is 10 clicks, altitude 600 diving. The F5 is behind, the F5 behind you is 4 clicks. And right left. Mid-15s, keep in mind on your 2 o'clock for about 7 clicks, enemy airbase, don't go there. Keep the fight due south. Which is what you're doing right now, that's good. Second F5 is on your 3 o'clock, 3 clicks. Coming in hot. Russman, brake, go for it. Russman, check your 5 o'clock, 2 clicks. Stay on the right turn, looking good. Alright, that's both of them. Banzai 1-1, they're going for Russman. Copy. Just don't go north, guys. That's where the enemy airbase is, 7 clicks. Coming up on your 4 o'clock, Russman, keep that right turn.
What? Missile? What? I don't see a smoke trail. What the fuck was that? Huh? Fuck killed me. Really is one of those days, huh? I know, but he won't do it. Like, he won't do it. So, it's not gonna happen. And the other problem is the forum thread gets bad enough, so I can totally, like... I personally think he should get a Discord, but I can see why he doesn't want to. Like, some of the fucking people... Right. Apparently. Remember to open my oxygen.
Banzai 1-1 and Russman, maybe you should take off together again. I'll come back to you shortly.
No idea what killed me. I just exploded suddenly.
The F5 shot the M9. It was at 1 click distance in a sharp turn.
Okay.
No way it could have gotten you, but it got you. It's just...
I didn't even see a missile trail, so I thought maybe I'd clip something.
I called the missile shot by the time it hit you. It was really short notice.
I'll turn that on. Did I unlock that already? Yes, I did. fireproof disconnected. Shit. Another merge. This is fine. Over there. Yeah,
There's an F5 just passed over the airbase.
Yeah, I see.
From you, he is 2554 clicks. He's going northwest. The tower just connected. Let's hope he comes to us. No, he's not.
It's over at Pinobashi. I can see a Sam going after him. Looks like it missed. Alpin, is that an F5 on my 1 o'clock tracking along the ridgeline?
Yep, we just shut down a MiG-21. Crossing under 12, coming in hot, range 8 clicks, low.
Yep, I see him.
5 clicks, he doesn't see you, he's slightly going south. 3 clicks. 1 merged.
We're gonna lose sight of him over the town.
He's still unaware, he's still going south. He's being chased by MiG-21. MiG-21 fired a missile. Come on, buddy. Give it to him. Why so far away? Get closer.
I got him turning at least.
Good God.
He's maneuvering now, that's all I need.
Well, he really had his chance, man.
Unfortunately, I'm no Davey, so don't expect too much of this, guys. Hopefully I'll be able to land a hit on him without killing myself in the process. But he's moving that fast, my controls are already starting to lock up, like my roll rate's just dog shit. So one of the great virtues of the F5 is, even at very high speed, you've got really good control authority, so you can pitch the thing around like crazy. It's part of why it's so hard to get rid of in the MiG-21 and the MiG-19. Anything you can do, it can follow at any speed. The biggest risk in the F5 is blacking yourself out through maneuvering too violently, which is something I do all the time because I'm bad. I can't catch up to this guy. Someone just shot a missile. Oh, it was at him, but it went over my wing. Yeah, I saw him.
And there's an F5 coming up on your and the MiG-21 6. That's not good.
Oh yeah, I see the missile.
Further south, Rossman. MiG-21 is down, you're alone. Don't fly south, don't fly south. That's enemy airbase.
Yeah, I see it.
Get out of there, you're almost over the enemy airbase, yep. That's good, let's go north.
Ah! I got hit anyway. Is that a SAM? No, that's probably another AIM-9. Manpad. Why am I not seeing missile trails? Why am I not seeing missile trails all of a sudden? Weird. Oh, DCS frozen? I think I'm gonna get disconnected here. My internet's okay, I'm not showing drop frames or anything. The server crash, or is it my DCS? Hello? Oh, good timing on the song too. This is a mood today. Going on for tunes, just whatever random stuff I threw on the playlist. It's kinda half themed around what I fly and kinda half not. And mostly themed around what I can avoid getting dunked on for playing on stream. Is this a DCS crash or is this a server crash? I can't tell. I think it's the server. I think DCS is okay, it's the server. Or at least my connection. Server's fine. I think that's DCS for today then. Yeah, DCS not responding. You know, let's try it again. I want to see if I can maybe do some World War II stuff, but Cold War is not working for me today. So because I don't have Normandy yet, because I just haven't bothered to pick it up yet, I can't play Storm of War. So that leaves me with GS World War II, and if there's nobody on that, and there wasn't anybody on it earlier, then I might just play Gunner Heat PC for a bit. Yeah, this is the whole thing, right? It's not fun to be on the receiving end of that, and it's fine if the teams balance out later, but if one team gets like that much, I guess, inertia, if they get the ball rolling that much, it's really hard to come back from, even if you then stack the other way. So when one team grossly outnumbers the other one right at the start of a mission, it's usually not going to be fun for whoever's on the receiving end. Whether it's blue or red, it doesn't make any difference. And I don't get the mindset of people that are like, oh no, I only play this team or I only play that team. You know, there are people that prefer a team. I think most of us that play on the server prefer one team or the other, which is fine. But you know, when you've got a mission that's just started and it's like 3 versus fucking 12, you just gotta wonder. Like, I don't understand the fun of that for anyone. It's not fun to be on the receiving end of it, but at the same time, when I've been on teams that have stacked that badly, you know, it's one thing if that stack develops because people leave, it's another if it happens at the start of the mission. I don't get how people enjoy having to compete with 10 other people for 1 kill. You know, like, that's not fun to me. Either balanced teams or even being slightly outnumbered is the most fun, I think, because if you're slightly outnumbered, it's a target-rich environment, but it's also not, like, overbearing. Let's see. There's a few people. It's stacked. Man, fuck. I'm actually curious, what's the stack like on Storm of War? Oh wow, okay. So Storm of War is pro-allied stack as well then. DCS! DCS must be the only sim where World War II aircraft stack in favor of the Allies consistently. Every other sim, it's fucking 99 fucking Germans against 3 Allied planes. But unless it's late war IL-2, in which case everyone's flying Tempests. It's weird. DCS is like the complete opposite of how things usually go. We'll show modern full fidelity for red. I mean, I'd prefer more Cold War stuff for blue. I'm not interested in the modern stuff. I don't think we're going to get modern full fidelity for red. Like, I think it's off limits enough that it's just not worth asking for. I think we need more older blue aircraft. We need more older aircraft in general. Like, I honestly think that trying to shoot for 2000s era aircraft was a mistake. Because, okay, you've got the F-18, the F-16, the A-10, now what? You know, now what? You can't do the F-22, you can't do the F-35. You know, it's gonna be... This is the thing, it's gonna be one-sided. Unless you have really good mission making that offsets the advantages through sheer fucking numbers as well as other things. Like, for instance, you've seen some of the organized events that are the more modern aircraft against older red modules, but they have an integrated air defense system usually running the IAD script, and there's more of them. They outnumber the blues. That's pretty decent. It might not be enjoyable depending what airframe you're in on red, but it works. But I mean, because you got to factor in DCS is supposed to be based around single player, even though it lacks enough single player content to actually be enjoyable in single player. Which is what I don't get. Like, it's ostensibly single-player oriented, and ED's own stats show that the majority of their players are single-player only. But at the same time, you just don't have the content to make single-player actually fun. Like, you don't have the dynamic campaign yet, you don't have enough ground units. Like, you can't fill out a proper scenario. Pick literally any historical scenario. You can't do it, because you don't have the right ground units, you don't have the right aircraft, you don't have the right AI behavior. Like, there's just so many layers of shit on the single-player side of things that I think it kind of betrays DCS's origin as a Switchology simulator. The kinds of people that really, I think, enjoy DCS in single-player mostly are people who like to learn how to manipulate their aircraft systems so they can bomb a truck. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that, or that you shouldn't enjoy doing that, whatever, you know, whatever floats your boat, but you get this whole population of players who think that the entirety of modern air warfare revolves around circling over something at 30,000 feet with your targeting pod and bombing a target that doesn't shoot back at you. That's what DCS does best. That is actually what DCS does best. PvP, we don't have enough units. PvE, we don't have enough units, so it's basically just a training simulator. You know, and that's kind of what it started as, and it still behaves like it. A lot of modern air combat's just that, because, you know, major powers tend to be intelligent enough to avoid peer confrontations. But even then, like, even if you want to, say, do a campaign where you bomb ISIS in Syria, you still don't have the right units. You've got some of them, but you don't have all of them. It's just... I don't know. Fopan, thanks for the follow. People don't have that many modules. Well, I mean, there is that free trial thing now. I know it's time limited and you have to wait a certain amount of time for it to reset, but that is an option for people if they're not on Steam. People who are squadrons and thus more important than others and literally cannot deal with server balancer rules. Yeah, I know. So I have people I like to fly with, but I will not stack a team to fly with those people unless it's, like, such a small margin. Like, I don't... If there's, like, say, 10 versus 11, or 10 versus 12 even, that's not a huge deal. But when it's literally, like, 3 or 4 versus 10 or more, like, no, dude, no. Like, you're just killing the server at that point. You know, and that's kind of the end point of it. It isn't so much whether I enjoy it, or whether it's, you know, whether there's a chance that the team that's stacked against can win. That it's kind of irrelevant. the point is you kill the server eventually because it's not fun to be on the receiving end of it and people just stop turning up. So, you know, that's my take. But anyway, we're going to do some Gunner Heat PC, I think, so give me a moment to get it started up. We're just going to kill the music for now as well, because it has its own menu music, quite good menu music, which I don't want going over the top of my music. I don't know. I know I had a bitch about this the other day, and I did save the VOD from that stream. I just don't know if I'm going to bother making it public because I don't see the enjoyment in listening to like an hour or two of me moaning. I know certain people do, and that's why those certain people are not welcome here anymore. But I don't know. But yeah, like it's getting to the point where I'm only enjoying the actual organized events that Alpin does on the server now. I don't really enjoy playing it day to day because it's just, I always end up in the situation where less than half of my team are on comms. There's people like team killing our own ground units. It's just a mess. Because most of our regular players, certainly on red, obviously not for blue, they're doing really well at the moment because they're not in the same situation as us. They've got a really, really good GCI, who, that's all he does, pretty much. He flies helicopters as well, but his main thing is GCI and TACCOM. So they've got him on most days. They've got a bunch of really good F5 pilots who actually coordinate and fly together. And all of our good coordinating MiG pilots are either on a break or playing on blue flag or just don't play DCS anymore.